Vai dar 5 horas já, né?
Seems Lenny is saying some
Tô
strange
falando, vai dar
things
5
again.
horas, né?
It's really worrying.
E aí, galerinha do YouTube? Vou começar uma livinha aqui. Começar uma livinha aqui. Deixando aquele like, se inscreve no canal. Deixa eu ver se tá tudo certinho aqui na live. Salvar aqui no meu playlist. Colocar aquela capinha maravilhosa do Genshin. Eu tenho que mudar a capa, velho. Tem que uma capa mais legal. Essa é a questão. Qual capa que eu deveria colocar? Playlist. Teve uma capa que coloca em todos. Editar a foto. Salvar. Prontinho. Vamos dar início aí. Quase às 8 horas da manhã. No dia seguinte, né? Para não dar erro. E por isso que eu não queria soltar.
Plan. Impossible things don't... What just happened? We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed. No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on! Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then Perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
E advogado tá fajusto, hein, né? Só conversa Paimon, agora fodeu. E ele vai de base também. Vai ser preso.
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before, I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very
Nossa
large, and
organização
the
é
Harbingers
muito
have very
grande.
different
Nós
personalities and
temos
goals.
personalidade e objetivos muito diferentes.
Right now, we want to save people.
Nós queremos
As
salvar
many as we
pessoas
can.
o máximo que podemos.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent... Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Hã? Entendeu? Mas vai ficar fechado lá, amor. É, pode pegar pra mim?
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Tem que andar com a mão assim, ó. Ó. Com a mão encolhida. Cozinha de Rex. Mão de Rex.
Eu tava assim.
Não, assim, com a mão assim, ó. Levantada até na cintura. Aqui, ó. Ó, altura dos peitos, assim, ó. Se passar perto deles, entendeu? Ainda mais se tiverem assim de alguma. Então.
Well, you both say that, but...
Você fica dando coisa na mão pra eles, eles vão pensar que tem comida na mão deles, entendeu? Onde eu sei? O truque estava. Deixa eu ver assim. Explique o outro problema primeiro.
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
Bora ver se ele vai conversar, bora ver se ele vai defender o cara agora. Ele ficou o tempo todo
When last
calado.
we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Dos eventos.
That took long enough.
Que demora.
Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Baseado nos relatos das testemunhas, pode encontrar parte das sua declaração que não tem fundamentos. Use uma evidência e pista obtida durante a investigação para refutar e qualquer sérias de evento que fosse sentido substituir. Substituir elas com novas use suas reputação para convencer o público e obter mais apoio das pessoas. Você já entendi. Quando você encontrar refutar todos os conteúdos incorretos, poderá completar o ciclo, refutando e revelar a verdade.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
A contagem de você começou, ele entrou no túnel.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
Então, uma briga, ela causou barulho.
He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
Pode ser ouvido todos na casa da ópera. Alegou que
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her.
Finalmente ele usou o vaso para nocautear antes de tirar casaco dela.
At this time, Carol arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Lenny red-handed.
Bem-vindo à live aí. Deixa aquele like maluco aí, que ajuda demais aí, velho. Tô aqui fazendo a cast aqui. Comecei cedo e fiquei quase 3 horas só no começo. Cheguei aqui, tô começando agora. Tô da parte defendendo o rapazinho dos Fatuz. Lilith. Linear. Ela tá de linha. Chegou no túnel, tentou ouvir aquele barulho estranho. Pegou a luz em flagrante.
So Lenny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Lenny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cal's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events,
A chave
what Lenny
para
experienced
refutar
and what he saw.
está uma ordem de eventos. Entrou no túnel após a contagem agressiva. Ele saiu de novo, volta. Refutar. Lily disse que ouviu uma voz misteriosa vindo da câmara que contém o núcleo dentro da estrutura subterrânea das operações. Essa aqui é a evidência mais pura que dá pra... Essa evidência dá mais certa.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal. Seems this won't produce a Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal. Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal. Seems this... According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey. Seems this won't produce a... Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal. Seems this won't... Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth. Seems this won't produce a Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel.
Ai, ai, Paimon é advogado.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where, once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been the crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent! Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to save—
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
O condutor contudo, você disse que esbarrou por acaso.
If that's the case, then if Carol hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around. Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Você quer dizer que ele não estava lá? Não estava. Sua alegação agora se tornou a minha arma. Posso escolher.
don't need to give this more thought. Paimon thinks there's something off here. That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Não vou ficar muito tempo agora, mas volto.
Beleza.
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crime, then who was it?
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. Halsey is the missing person and the deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting!
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the mist. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the sound we heard may have come from a clash between the... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrance. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some feet... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which... The sound we heard may have come from a clash. Linny was not in the tunnel at that... No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal...
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this would...
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial...
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient?
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water!
Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primal...
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The water from the primordial sea should... I remember there was something else within the inner layer. The water from the primordial sea should all... The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's... The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. The water from the primordial sea should already have... The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else.
plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cowl's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and... Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's an... Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the honor.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linney, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. Once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person
Ah,
told me
não,
that if I
bandido.
testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Ô bandido. Queria saber de uma coisa, não dá dando tiro não, né?
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number select.
Nike LVL no Tover.
A Tony eu vou fazer mais tarde. Eu tô pensando em fazer mais tarde aí, fazer. Eu vou fazer exploração, que tu vou liberar o mapa lá direitinho. Eu vou explorar o mapa, aí que eu explorar o mapa, se quiser fazer, puxar a party, eu entro na party. Porque no modo história, eu não sou muito chegado a ficar em party não, entendeu? Que atrapalha o áudio, eu ouvir a conversa na história, né? Pra entender um pouquinho da história. É por isso que eu não entro em party.
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me
Sozinho
for
agora, tô
sure.
aqui lendo aqui. Eu ficar em party também, eu não sou muito chegado não.
So I played
Agora
along with
quando
the show
tô
while
explorando,
looking for
dá
an
pra ficar
opening
em
to
party de
flee.
boa.
But then I got
Porque
water
ali
poured
você
on me
pode
for no
conversar
reason, and then someone
asneira,
jumped
né?
into the
E sem
tunnel
prestar
to nab
atenção.
me.
O foda de Genshin é ficar lendo, velho.
I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costume. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Assim nós pensou que você tava com raiva de nós.
Não, como eu vou dar com a raiva dos primeiros amigos aí? Não tem como não. É os primeiros do Play 3. É década de amizade. Não tem como assim morrer tão fácil não. Mas deixa eu perguntar uma coisa aqui. Você tá jogando Genshin também? Você entrou pegar a recompensa de 630 gemas?
Você viu as mensagens no grupo na PSN KK?
É bom que você falou que tem que ativar a mensagem da P.
Tenho que baixar o Genshin.
É foda. Agora tá enorme, viu, gente? Vem mais 50 GB aí. O jogo tá bom, interessante.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective. Seems this won't produce a... Seems...
Caramba.
Seems this won't produce a particular...
Beleza. O problema é esse negócio aqui tem que fazer tudo certinho.
Seems...
Eu não vou tentar fazer isso aqui não, que isso aqui vai dar merda. Refutar.
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so
com
she
medo do
changed clothes
lançamento.
and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
E ela deixou o vestido lá. Não, vou sair aqui e vou ver se eu combino com essa história aqui. Ah, não.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell.
And it's Ace Detective time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel, and hearing the commotion, Cowell, he did not know that Lily, mistakenly believing that the water from the primordials, the two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but with no way of escaping, she changed her cloak. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2
Papai Mó com bigode.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks.
Ele fez o truque pra matar a mulherzinha. E a mulherzinha matou ele. Ele mesmo matou a própria cilada dele.
He poured the water from the primordial sea
Então,
into a balloon during the
tipo
preparation
juiz.
of the magic box
Ele
and
juiz.
stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian, thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. And thus, Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, while there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should... This case, at least, can be handed over to the orators to make the final...
Cadeão. Porra é essa? Oh. Cabeção.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared...
Great work, Part. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of
Ele
the
tem a voz
gods.
do Acordo de Gel, o Zhong Li. Assim, não tem a voz completamente. Ele tipo colocou um sotaque. É, colocou um sotaque nele assim mais emblemático. Agora, o nome dele que é complicado. Neuvelite. Neuvelite. É, tá certo.
Yes! I'll tell you everything Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to... We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's
Não
idea.
entendi.
I mean, this is the boss
Assim,
we're
nós
talking
pensou
about.
que você tava com raiva de nós.
Oi, a mensagem
Recebi
tá
umas
vindo atrasada?
mensagens no grupo.
É, tem hora que aparece assim, não sei se eu acho que tem um bug no YouTube. Tem hora que acontece isso aqui, ó. Tipo, repetir, aí repete as falas. Ixi, nossa. O cara derreteu mesmo.
Gostei.
And now
Então,
he can no longer talk.
agora ele
Cadê o
não
homem?
pode falar
Estão
mais.
conversando.
Calma.
Such ruthlessness.
I shouldn't have expected...
An outrageous act.
Tá vendo?
All present,
Ó.
please submit to inspection immediately.
Todo presente aqui, por favor, submetido. Inscrição imediatamente. Ó, 2 mapas agora. Fogo e gelo. 2 regiões. Nós vamos mais essa área aqui.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all.
Como os órfãos de órgão, como eu.
That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets.
Quando nossos pais morreram, ficamos vagando pelas ruas.
To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days.
Adeus naquela.
But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts.
Você abriu lá para entrar? Entra.
The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
Dizer a mulher que matou o cara, então ela pode ser água e gelo? Tem um X no olho assim, ó.
Água e gelo?
É. A mulher do Fatui, que cuida deles, que matou o cara lá, deteu o cara.
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans.
Ela tem os seus próprios planos.
She has gained permission from the
Ela
Sarita
havia
to first use the Gnosis' power
uma
when she
permissão
obtains
de
it. She
estar
plans to
lista
use it to find a way to
para
break the
usar o
prophecy
poder
and
do
save
livro
Fontaine.
primeiro, assim que ela conseguir, para encontrar uma maneira de quebrar a influência e a profecia de salvar a Fortuna.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
Então ela também.
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy.
Acho realmente dissolver algo, pois.
All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets, to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Beleza. Bora sair daqui.
Hey there! What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for... And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Pylon's arm if Boss Navia's treating Kip.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time.
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
Missão concluída. Caraca. Missãozinha grande. Vá ao hotel. Agora vamos pegar outra parte, né? Eu vou ter que passar por lá, né? Vou pegar o carrinho ali.
Surprise!
Não. Ah, tem um cachorro diferente, ó, mano.
Over here. Step on up.
Welcome to the Navia line. This journey will be returning to the court of Fontaine. I am Elfan, your tour guide for this trip. But I hope you won't mind if my commentary fails to do justice to the majestic views before your eyes. Anyway, the destination of this tour is the capital city of this nation, the court of Fontaine. Even the critic who once
Gente, pera lá,
compared the
eu
city
vou
to
ali.
a cage of stone and
Eu vou dar uma
steel
saidinha aqui.
could not
3 minutos eu
deny
volto.
its aesthetic appeal. To the right of the aquabus, suspended in midair, is Fontaine's renowned research institute. I hear the employees there do crazy overtime regardless of rank or distinction. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with the incident. Excellent. We've reached the terminal station. Please prepare to disembark. I don't mean to hurry you, but there are just so many attractions in the court of Fontaine worth visiting. I recommend that you begin sightseeing as soon as possible, so you encounter as many of these treasures as you can. As for me, I might use this opportunity for a rest. Maybe I'll go to our ways for a cup of coffee. Even tour guides need a pick-me-up now and then.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step. Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step. Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step. Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step. Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step. Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
É, galera, eu botei. É, onde tá a estátua do 7? É, tá pra esquerda. Essa estátua tá em cima. Onde tá essa estátua? Ali. Pronto, desbloqueei. Onde tá o boss semanal? Ó, tem um negócio pra liberar aqui ainda. O boss tá aqui dela. Não, esse aqui é boss. É aqui mesmo. O boss dela fica aqui. Antes de fazer, eu vou matar boss. Desativo, beleza. Beleza, vamos lá. Do outro lado do mundo. Fazer o boss. Botei, galera, botei.
still so many places for us to explore.
Sure.
Shine down!
Solidify! Stabilize!
I see everything! Sharing my knowledge!
There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal!
Order guide you! Solidify!
Make yourselves at home! Everyone hold hands!
Here we go! Think you can get away? Now you shall perish! Illusion shattered!
Stabilize!
Yahoo! Time for takeoff. What if gliding...
Inazuma shines eternal!
I will have order. Solidify.
Sharing my knowledge.
Torn to oblivion! Think you can get away? Let's play! Let me sleep for a while. Entering standby mode. I hope nobody disturbs me.
The more data samples, the better.
been waiting for you for ages.
Well, this ought to be entertaining.
Sure.
Ready for a rehearsal? Send one, send them all.
Yeah, let's go on a big adventure.
Let's go.
Let's go. Time is against us.
Very well. I shall put my official duties to one side for the moment.
Oh, you're calling for me? Coming!
This may turn a little.
Mind the deluge.
The Temple of Wisdom. Commit it to memory.
Dance with the waves!
With all my strength. Ready, steady, go! Stop fighting!
Positions!
Overhead! Hurt a little. Roll, roll, roll! Yeah, yeah!
Who ate a poisonous mushroom this time?
fazendo coisa errada?
É, tô com os personagens fodão. Esqueci de tirar esses personagens, esqueço sempre. Mas é vários, tem muito teleporte também, viu, velho? Tá doido. Não, eu vou fazer a caixa principal. Vou fazer a caixa principal. Onde fica o trem aqui, ó. Tipo, eu vou aqui. Faz essa caixa aqui.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this.
Oh, in that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
Yeah. Sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but
if it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind—
In such investigations, even the smallest step can— To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that it's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. Where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
that's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Ele falou agora.
Could you suggest something a little more practical?
Será que você tá dando leque disso aí?
That seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is, we don't want to...
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't...
No, it's fine. We're just about done.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
Surprise! There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't—
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water. Huh? Hang on. Hey, traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is? Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vacher would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be. No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vacher, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vacher above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth. Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vacher, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Clorand? Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, Demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you.
A
Good day,
deusa
all.
2.0. Deus do raio. Muito parecido demais, velho. Até o cabelo.
I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Só não é trançado, mas. Tem rabo de
Demoiselle,
cavalo.
I believe that Miss Clorand was being
I know, she's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, as such. We're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Who?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky? Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the Traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to Hydro when it's used on people?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately.
Ela é gel, ó. Ela é gel. Tanto azul assim nela, assim, pensava que era água. Aí depois você mostrou os bichos atirando, era a natureza, então. Tá atirando natureza, raio e outras coisas.
Since he saw that young woman dissolve,
Eu
he was
pensei
at
que era
least
natureza
at the crime scene.
Tá esquecendo.
De espadão.
Aham.
Então é a Noelle.
Noelle. Ou. É a única espadão. O moleque sai correndo aí e fica aí.
But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
Lógico. Ah, ele tá relembrando?
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still and besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Tá matando uma pessoa de verdade. A gente vai sair com o carro para eles. Então vamos mexer. Carro para eles.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so...
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Aproveitando que eu vou voltando pra lá e vou aproveitar e vou vir aqui.
baú?
Hã?
Não, pelo baú?
Cara, eu não tava prestando atenção no baú. Tava olhando pro chão.
Just like expected.
Tava olhando aqui, ó. Procurando um teleporte. Ele pegou o menino, né?
Ah, eu fiquei do menino.
É. Tem sangue saindo dele?
Ad Astra Abyssal. Ad Astra.
Tá chegando, não? Ai, nossa.
It's right up ahead. But let's make sure we weren't followed first.
E ai, viciado.
Matou o pirata.
Matou quem? Matou quem?
É que o palhaço tá. Fala, fez a cabeça desse cara aí. Fugiu.
Ah, então era ele. Verdade.
É de verdade.
Comprei uma fonte nova, tô esperando chegar DPS e vou comprar uma GTX 3060.
Aí sim.
Esse aí, ó. Esse aí, ó. Quando era pequeno.
Aí sim, hein, homem. Mas que.
Uma de 650 W80 Plus.
Você vai dar um upgrade?
I've been keeping watch, demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh. Very good. But let's not...
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Moose. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Aí você vai poder jogar qualquer jogo ou tem mais algum upgrade que você tá precisando fazer ainda?
Rodar tudo no talo.
Aí sim. Deixa eu pular, vou ver se tem algum baú por perto aqui. Amor, dá pra ter um reconhecimento desse esgoto assim? É? Dá pra lembrar alguma coisa?
Das minhas?
Não.
Não, quer ver?
Terra dos Mortos-Vivos? O ovo?
Isso já tá de bom tamanho.
Não, só isso. Mas já tá bom, tá bom. Que merda. Enganchei num lugar aqui. Essa menina lá tá fazendo um esgoto, velho. Aqui é o lugar mais pobre. É isso, né? Pra ter criança aqui. É. Que é a parte pobre do... Nossa, velho. Olha.
PS5.
Olha o povo aqui, ó. A foto como ficou. Tem um barzinho ali. Tá no PS5? Sim, tô no PS5. Nossa, velho. Nossa! Nossa! Quase quebrei as pernas. O cara entra num...
It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
É louco demais, né? Nossa, ele vai
Ele
aparecer
tem
aí.
um Ratchet e Clank em uma outra dimensão.
Ah, esse saiu recentemente,
Quero
né?
jogar ele.
Ah, eu não curto o Crash, Crash não, velho.
Ele é Crash. É outro jogo.
É, Crash, Crash. Ah, tem uma, tipo...
Your
É tipo uma batalha,
accommodations
né?
have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I
Recomendo você jogar muito legal. O Ratchet e Clank em uma outra dimensão é muito massa. Ele saiu junto com o PS5.
Ah, tá falando do... Ah, que tem um robozinho. Ah, lembrei. Claro que pegou, né? Está na cara. Bem lá vão as minhas expectativas. Obrigado.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
Há muitos fundos que estão um pouco afetados
Comprar
ultimamente.
faz livre dele.
Profiteering.
Ah, sim.
In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Eu pretendo, se tiver uma oportunidade, eu faço.
Seems like it's tough times for
Eu
everyone.
platinei o primeiro.
But if you have the support of the people,
Eu cheguei a
then
jogar,
that sound like it's worth it.
mas joguei foi... Como falar, como eu posso falar? Joguei só no PS2, no PS... PS3, eu acho que é do PS3, é. Mas joguei com desbloqueado o PS3, e aí não jogava online, aí não tem as conquistas dele não.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father...
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right?
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the 3 years ago. He was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duel.
Eu tenho plus.
But I do not believe my
Eu acho que eu tenho ele, velho. Eu acho que eu tenho ele. Eu já resgatei.
Pra quem tem a plus.
Eu acho que eu tenho ele.
Baixa ele, pô.
Não, o problema é isso, é baixar ele. Porque já tem bastante jogos, tem que comprar um HD de externo. Eu tenho que pagar jogos pra
E
colocar.
faixa livre amanhã.
Eu tenho que terminar. Eu tenho que terminar o Horizon. Eu tenho que terminar o Horizon. Aí se eu terminando o Horizon, eu posso pensar de fazer outra. Só que tem um monte de jogos que eu queria jogar. Tem o Horizon e os outros jogos aí pra jogar.
Zera logo aquela peste.
At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove
Só
his
te falar, eu
innocence.
tô em 33% pra. Não tô 100% não, 80, 90, 50. Não, tô 33% ainda. Que eu fiz a progressão do mapa ainda.
Strangely,
Quer
he
dizer que
not
falta
only
muita coisa ainda
requested the
pra
duel
resolver
himself,
no Horizon.
rumor
Eu não fiz
has it
recentemente porque eu passei mal, eu acho que eu machuquei, alguma coisa assim. Eu já tem um tempão. Aí veio esses jogos recentemente aí, eu fiquei sem poder jogar.
that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Podia proteger uma reputação enquanto na verdade sinto que eles acharam que se definir. Parece bem estranho. Você tem alguma pista?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Chega quase parecendo momento
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records.
Pista. Previsões do registro das investigações.
However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his... If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do...
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, and...
Wait! If Callus was such a good man...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching...
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have...
There is one other thing. Master Callus's...
Oh! Her? Well, then... Isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of... All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day.
Yeah! Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back?
Deu bugado quando foi
Were you
sentar,
here
né?
the whole time?
O personagem aqui.
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking.
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But...
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be...
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard... In that case, what... Aren't you coming along, Navia?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Vamos subir lá pra cima, então posso teleportar, né? Mais pra cima. É lá no teleporte.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official map.
This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Cadê?
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
O cara foi até educado, esse cara aqui.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
O cagão tá ali, né? Sempre tem um cagão que tem que ficar vivo. Imaginava seria uma pessoa tão inacessível.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or... There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Novik? Are you trying to console me?
Noviette.
Extend your sympathy?
Ele chama Noviette.
Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring,
I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trial?
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain?
Vai morrer não? Quer dizer, o verdadeiro assassino poderá ter sido levado.
Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities!
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time!
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later? Great. Let's... There's no need to be. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di... Paimon was confused why a group was... But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Over here!
Zip on up! Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business.
About that. You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from... If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse, and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation.
Yes, but the enemy was very... Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal... The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about it that night. My father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate, but then we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both... Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue...
Precisely.
It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition...
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. I think this third person is probably the key. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing...
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him, and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hat, but as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it.
He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived, but thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, when he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case.
That's true. Seems my father really but things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blood. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Oh, thank you so much,
Caraca, meia hora conversando.
You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and...
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry on the matter regarding my husband. My daughter and I have more or less found...
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself...
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business. He had many regrets. and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callus came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was... Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the
Yeah, I've heard.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, after my partner here put the dots together for me, can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands.
So you also remember...
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine. And chose instead to prove his honor in a Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus. Even after so many years, but it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the...
Nossa, isso mesmo.
Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the Guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di... It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours?
Yes. These two are my partners.
Tá doido.
What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Lenny's case and my...
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question.
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do was get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in...
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the...
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as...
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right?
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gun.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if...
Sounds good. Just let all my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend...
Over here!
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with
Já
me.
falta. Agora
None
já
of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out... Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused...
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Olha, ele tá de graça pra quem tem a Plus. Baixa ele pouco. E faixa livre amanhã. Zera logo aquela peste.
Eu nunca terei. Eu nunca o teria atacado.
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the...
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since... But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and... Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance, but as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with
So you're saying he's too broke to...
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the Mecha. I also...
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the Mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard. If the Mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out.
Who could it be? You know, if you think everything through...
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the...
Malus has always been... The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial, you're right. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver.
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that it's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered.
See you then!
Beleza.
Now that Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Vamos. Mergulhando.
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base.
Meu Deus do céu, pai, não conversa debaixo da água. Pelo amor de Deus. Ai, meu Deus do céu, que tiro na cabeça.
You're right. Navia's probably arguing.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default.
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Right.
Parece que eu. Parece que eu bloqueei.
É. Mentira, tá aqui, ó.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Vai fazer...
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it.
Vai ter uma trailer?
And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation.
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney.
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably...
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago. To the case of Callus. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the During the banquet, all attending guests heard two. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect callous. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callous was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized it. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from...
Thank you for the summary, Your Honor.
Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities...
Aqui tá falando aqui. No dia do assassinato, sim, diz que organizou um enorme banquete em uma propriedade rural que pertencia à Confraria de Cabrera.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
A transferência de carga está confirmada para o
W3.
Something's not right.
Something.
Something's not... A pile of clothing was found at the scene, but now it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
That's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each...
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time... we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case.
My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next...
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice? Spina di Rosula. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot. And
so, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clorand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clorand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live, or if they're looking to die.
Tá doido?
Por que correndo em linha reta, amor?
Não tô correndo em linha reta, não.
Tá correndo em linha reta sim, velho. Só que você corre em linha reta de... Ó,
tá longe, vai tá
não é esse longe não, amor. Não é problema isso, é longe não. Você não entendeu, não.
I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result,
They planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Not much you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in...
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb, but aren't you going against all of his wishes? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things. You'd have...
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends to many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Chama um. Chama um, mo. O cara tá com pistola. Que ele chama um logo? Nossa, ele tava com uma pistola, velho. O cara tava com uma pistola.
I was waiting for you to
chamar
say
a
that.
pessoa. O time perdeu todo, né? Você tá vendo o time inimigo?
Tô vendo.
É time inimigo isso aí? Vai que tá com a maletinha era seu amigo?
Não.
Uai, dá pra ver a pistolinha dele também? Os negócios? Olha, você viu o bug?
Eu vi.
Beleza. Onde nós tem de ir pra aqui? Tá subindo. Eu posso ajustar aqui se você quiser, mas eu vou ajustar. Deixa eu ver aqui. Aqui precisa. Eu vou assim mesmo. Não? Dá pra aumentar o nível? Não dá não. Esse recurso.
Shine down.
Go! Not now.
Now you shall perish.
Over here.
Inazuma shines eternal.
The floor is going up. Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Tem baú ali.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Não faz isso aqui.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Tem baú embaixo, né?
Illusion shattered.
Surprise!
Por quem?
Go! My guiding stars! Let the magic begin! Cole, mine to command. Over here!
Shine down!
Water jet!
Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered! Insolent!
The night is cold. Wipe out! Stars, shine for me. Be amazed!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Aí é perdido mesmo. Achei um ataque aéreo com ele.
Now the path is clear! Let's go!
Shine down!
Cole, mine to command. Water jet!
Bombs away! Now you shall perish! Illusion shattered!
Stars, shine for me.
Go!
Water jet! Cue the spotlight!
Torn to oblivion! Erase all threats!
Comer comida aqui. Comida das boas.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia! Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water! That means this is where they make all the synth! And that special water is the main ingredient! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved. Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that... how can someone write something that terrible in such a matter of fact? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water? In any case... Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the... Mixing in Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep! What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names? Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappeared and then they were turned into... And all the boxes of things, these names, that means... Oh, this... Let's see what's written here. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. Yep, it's about finding determines the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so... We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But, yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either. You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure. Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was... Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son? Hey!
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I've merely
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vacher.
Tem que vir ser a voz do cara, velho. Tem que vir, vai ser advogado da vida.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination?
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any... Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people.
Demorei, mas voltei.
Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, but I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very...
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. I promise. We made a promise. Vignere. Vignere! Please, Vignere! Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded after exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president, Callus. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the... And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people, and now he's finally getting what he deserves! Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come.
Yeah. See, Papa?
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned—
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court.
Caraca, botou o Shield pra dormir mesmo. O cara é pica. Tá doido. Desculpe, também é a primeira vez que eu encontro uma situação como essa, mas de acordo com as regras estabelecemos durante uma criação do sistema da corte de infratores, o julgamento do Axmark é veredito final da corte.
All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Conclusão, provavelmente deveria perguntar alguém que sabe mais do assunto como eu. Sem nenhum mesmo, então não temos escolhas senão perguntar ao próprio assunto.
Why are you looking at me?
Olhando pra mim,
I had nothing to
eu
do
não
with
tive
it.
nada a ver com isso.
I don't know what happened
Não
there
sei o que
either.
aconteceu.
Hey, stop
Faz
staring at
dele me
me!
encarar. Ih, a minha é problemática, amor.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
A Conte é problemática. Ela não gosta que ninguém vai pra ela, não. Porque deu problema na máquina, aí então tá olhando pra ela.
Ah, tá tímida.
Tá tímida não, ficou bravo que ela não tem nada a ver com isso, não.
She says she has no idea
É
either,
disso, mas
but that's
faz
impossible.
ideia.
Didn't she create the aura trace
Criou a
herself?
própria máquina.
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable
Eu
or not?
acredito.
Can results like this really be called just...
My dearest
Ew.
citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap?
Ela não é Arconte, deve ser algum fantoche. Pode ser.
Don't tell me. You thought even
Não,
I had been
ela é a
blindsided
Conte,
by
mas
the
pode ser
oratrice's
que não é
results.
essa é a Conte. Ela tá agindo diferente, a minha falou. Quer dizer, não pode ser ela. Olha o cara aí no chafrinho. Cara, se vive, porra. Não me diga que você achou que ia ter mesmo. Eu fui pega de surpresa pelo resultado dela.
The way she looked just now,
Mas
it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
fazia.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time.
Coitado do Shield, foi acusado
Understand my
inocentemente.
noble intentions, as well as the absolute. Now, having said that, although
Essa
I
mulher
hate to
aqui,
leave
véi.
things hanging in suspense, it is
Eu
now
acho que não é a
time for
Conte,
this
não. Eu acho que é
performance to
uma.
end. As the lead actress, I
Uma
shall be
façante.
the first to take my leave. Toodaloo.
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Step on up.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll...
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name
Cara,
Vache?
o cara botou o shield pra dormir. Isso deve ser bem forte, velho. Mas ele tá sem a relíquia dele, que é o da água. O poder da água dele.
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. Please, please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands.
Thank you. Thank you.
Isso vai dar merda. Isso vai dar merda, hein? Acho que tô no final, né, velho? Já foi quantas horas? Quantas horas de live, velho? Já tem 5 horas, velho. 5 horas de live, tá doido? As horas passaram demais. Nove horas de live.
You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Naquela primeira bebida. Isso aumenta.
Yeah, and even Paimon can...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard...
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier?
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey!
Vinier,
is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say you? You look a lot older than I remember.
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my... Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off with... If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the art. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache.
You... Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am every woman who died by your hand. As our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Ace. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then, where is Vignette?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me. Let me see her.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Ele vai derreter.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner.
Even this weather.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey!
Oh. It's everyone from Spina di this time, though.
It's been the dear.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte?
Yeah, way back when I believe the story was called The True Heart of Dark. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wishes finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound real.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with the...
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on...
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean...
Oh, that's great! Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want...
Sure thing.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining. Huh. This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? No.
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize.
Meu Deus do céu, pique na cabeça. No peito.
I wanted to show my father how much I've grown.
Só tu tá com lag.
But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would...
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use... In any case...
There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything... Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living, which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all. A justice that's higher than life. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver. One of my...
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just...
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there? Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad. Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk?
Caraca, essas missões não acabam não, velho.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia?
We ran into Navia.
I see.
Well, it's pretty hard to...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure. My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Já perguntei sobre o Shield, sobre minha irmã.
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his ilk There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much.
Huh. So it really was where everything began.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people...
Indeed. Why would the primordial... To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of... Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
A última pergunta é sobre...
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sea... Does that appropriately...
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've...
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further... Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
Não tem mais perguntas.
Very well. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to...
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to...
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well.
All right. You've got a point, huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Ó, o vidro, velho.
Tem os vidros tanca. Concluído. Beleza. Debaixo da água. Beleza.
Caraca, eu confundi o galo. Essa bosta.
How about we explore the area ahead of us later?
Tem uma cidade ali, não? Então, galera, eu vou fechar a live aqui. Obrigado a todos que chegaram aqui. Se inscreva no canal. Deixa aquele like maroto. Já passou mais de 5 horas de live. Já tá quase 6 horas de live. Obrigado a todos que chegaram aqui. Se inscreva no canal. E aí, no próximo live que eu vou fazer exploração. Simbora. Deixa eu matar esse bicho aqui.
Not now. Don't be scared.
Bombs away!
Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
My guiding stars.
Over here!
Vou pegar a peça aqui, né?
Is this an answer from this world?
Tô começando a matar mobs pra upar essa bichinha. Pra upar ela precisa de quê? Constelação. Preciso de 15 desses aí, velho. No começo do mapa, aqui assim, tinha esse negócio. Deixa eu dar uma conferir se tem aqui ainda. Nossa, sério. Faço a minha ideia onde pega essas flores. É, o obelismo aqui tá difícil de achar, viu, velho? Antes de fechar aqui, eu vou testar o personagem. Não tem nada pra fazer muita coisa. Bora testar o personagem. Tem 18 mil de vida. Tá usando espadinha de recarga de energia. Recarga de energia, espadinha de recarga de energia então.
By royal decree, be amazed! Step on up!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Let me weave you a verse.
Cue the spotlight! Over here! Step on up! Let the magic begin! Shadow Raven, let night fall! Hey-ya!
Vai explorar?
Ah, vou dar não, velho. Tô cansado. Vou deixar pra depois. Tá até encerrando aqui já. Eu tô querendo jogar outro jogo aqui. Mas eu acho que vou deixar pra amanhã. Acho que vou deixar pra amanhã. Amanhã eu vou trazer Tornes Fantes. E aí eu trago um pouquinho de Genshin para exploração. Beleza? Acabando que demorou fazer as caches. Foi quase 9 horas de cache, tá doido? Quase 9 horas de cache. Eu só tô vendo aqui o que eu tenho que procurar aqui pra upar essa personagem. Gostei dela demais, velho. Curti. É uma personagem boa. Deixar meu personagem ali. Mas obrigado aí, velho. Você tá na live aí. Ajudou demais aí a divulgação, né? Que aquela visualização.
Meu pegou-lhe nem 10 tiros.
Pegou com 10 tiros? Bom. Eu tô com garantido já. Eu já tô com garantido. Mas acho que eu vou comprar. Eu vou comprar a deusa. Vou esperar chegar a deusa primeiro.
Eu tô com PT 71. Quero Zong.
Eu tô com 139 agora. Tô com 139 tiro. Com mais as pedrinhas ali, ó. Que eu posso pegar mais 3 pedrinhas ali e fazer moeda dele. Eu tenho 142. Contando com aquelas pedrinhas ali de poeira.
A maldição Kiki.
Ah, já peguei ela já também. Completei o meu banner. Só falta pegar os banners agora novo. Que é qual os banners novos que tem que pegar? A Deia, né? É só a Deia por enquanto.
Eu não tenho ela ainda.
A Deia é. Quem chegou recentemente? ela assim. Ela podia ser melhor, podia, né? Ela parece um Diluc.
A Kiki.
A Kiki é melhor. Eu prefiro a Kiki que pegar uma Deia. Eu prefiro o Tignari também. O Tignari.
Quero.
Você quer? Eu quero o Tignari também. Eu gosto do Tignari. Mas eu tô garantido já. O último que eu peguei agora foi. Quem eu peguei por último agora? Deixa eu ver aqui. Dá pra ver aqui nas orações. É histórico. O último que peguei foi. Peguei Tignari. O último que peguei foi Tignari.
Tea is ready. Now it's time for a short
O Tignari tá com quantas constelação? Tá com uma constelação. Mas eu vou encerrar aqui. Mas valeu aí, ô Mito. Valeu muito. Obrigado por ter ficado na live aí. Obrigado a todos que chegaram até aqui também, se tiver uma outra aí, porque tem hora que a live fica bugada. O chat buga aqui pra mim, os ouvintes também fica bugado. Mas agradeço a todos que chegaram aqui, se inscreva no canal, deixa aquele like maroto. Valeu, falou, é nóis. Fui, até mais. Valeu, Mito. Até amanhã. Finalizar aqui. Fui.